तुझसे ही हो जाएंगे जुदा।
Yo, I got the sound working, niggas.
It should no. It should make a sound here because every ESPN makes sound.
Good game, buddy. Wish me luck. Be a good boy. You think you know what your pets do when you leave, but you don't.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN. The fans are going wild. What are they thinking? What a wild finish.
Really? Why you gotta play me like that? Check out your dog. Nice chain. That's cold, man.
The secret life of pets.
Back in Auburn Hills, Michigan. And look at our first half stats in Game 3 between the Detroit Pistons and Cleveland Cavs. Cavs up by 1. Great shooting numbers, 60-55, both hitting some threes. Big advantage for the Pistons. As we look at the stats brought to you by Kia. Detroit trying to get in the win column in this series. And hi again, everyone, with Jeff and Mark. Mike Green on hand. We'll check in with Lisa in just a moment. We saw the Pistons have outshot them, but Cleveland making up for it with their board work.
They've out-rebounded by 7. Andre Drummond does not have a defensive rebound. He has one offensive rebound. Coming off a bad rebounding game in Game 2. If they're to win this game, it's going to have to be because of Drummond's great play. But Cleveland's playing outstanding first half.
Meanwhile, for Detroit, same script pretty much all season long. Good balance, and that's our Corona Extra performers, the way they spread the wealth.
Oh, great balance. We talked about that early on. That was going to be key to their success in that first half. They certainly displayed it. Got the basketball going early. Take a look at Drummond getting to his position. Good job putting pressure on that Cavaliers defense. And then how about Morris? Don't settle. Attack. Takes advantage of the matchup against Kevin Love. Pushing it in transition. We talked about Reggie Jackson being aggressive early. Certainly was that. And then Stanley Johnson, the impact that he had defensively and running in transition. Got to his spot, made plays, balanced attack by the Detroit Pistons. But it's a 48-minute basketball game.
There you see the players, including Stanley Johnson off the bench, between 7 and 11 points. Scenario in the first couple of games, Detroit played well in the first half, especially in Game 1. Matter of getting it done in the second half to try and get in the win column and not have to face a 3-0 deficit on Sunday in Game 4 back here at the Palace.
Mike, I'm really impressed with the... Smith, this is a 3, but I'm really impressed with the focus of Cleveland up 2-0. You see so many times teams get up, then they give away Game 3.
Jackson short. Well, you knew Detroit was going to come out with that desperation, and they did. But Cleveland matched it.
But also point the finger at the best player on the floor, LeBron James. Been there and done that. He understands how important this game is and has the right mentality leading this Cleveland Cavaliers team.
Thompson with another offensive rebound. Ball deflected out of bounds by Caldwell Pope. That's 5 offensive rebounds for Tristan Thompson.
And here's the question. If Drummond contested James' shot, who was going to get up on the glass? And right there, that was a very poor effort by Detroit to finish off what was a good defensive possession.
Irving, one dribble, pull up short. Jackson, back out Morris. Wide open look for Morris. Drummond, there's an offensive rebound for Drummond. Harris able to save it. There's Thompson blitzing on Jackson. Caldwell Pope gets inside. Scoop layup, misses it. Rebound, knocked loose, picked up by James. The Cavs have done a good job really focusing on Reggie Jackson. Irving gets inside, just bullies his way in. Caldwell Pope thought there should have been an offensive foul.
Kyrie Irving is so complete offensively, and if you're Pope, you got to do a better job. You are that defensive stopper, and you're on Kyrie Irving for a reason.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the largest lead for Cleveland. The game's been close with all the lead changes. Irving is 7 of 10 from the field. 4 to shoot. Harris sees a shot clock. Knocked away by Irving. Gets it back up. Blocked by James. I'll make that Thompson, excuse me. Tristan Thompson again with his presence down low.
And Harris is a guy that struggled so far offensively in this series. And he's a guy that can score the basketball. You're not just another guy on that floor. I've seen him play for quite a while. He can score the basketball. He's got to be better to give this Detroit Pistons team a chance.
J.R. Smith comes off. Can't get it. Drummond. Drummond against Love. Moving it back in. Left-handed jump hook. Short.
It's too slow right now for Detroit on their offensive end. They've got to make multiple passes and get their bodies moving.
James finds an opening. Cavs struggling from the perimeter to begin the third. Jackson inside Drummond. Hesitates. And then draws the foul. Little extracurricular activity after the whistle. Cavs objected. The official is going to confirm. There's that elbow he throws right at LeBron James. Kind of threw a forearm at him earlier in the game.
The forearm I agree with. That looks like a little bit of a flop to me, but
Technical foul call on Drummond, so Irving will shoot the one-shot technical. See the score of that game on ESPN2. Boston coming out with some desperation, a big lead over Atlanta. Well, they tried to play LeBron James in a physical way. Lead now 4 for Cleveland.
Detroit hasn't scored yet this half.
Jackson finds Morris. They're 0 for 5. Morris can't get at the fall. Here's Irving. Steps back. Not that side. And rebound Harris. Jackson feeds Morris. Irving on him. Spins. There's Thompson with a double team. Gets it to Drummond. And a foul. Good recognition from Marcus Morris and a chance for a three-point play.
The question is, how do you stumble into this? You can stumble into it by getting a stop and then pushing the basketball with pace. It forces the Cavs to be in mismatch problems all throughout the half-court set. Morris drops it off to Drummond, gets the basket and the contact. But they got to play with pace. The Cavs are too good in the half-court set defensively.
Second foul on J.R. Smith. Another miss at the free throw line for Drummond, who has 13 points. He leads the Pistons in scoring at 20 in game 2. And again, missed so many free throws. Love shoots over Harris, banks it in.
How many times have we seen him make that shot, make that play, especially in a Minnesota uniform?
Drummond wants it again. Caldwell Pope finds Jackson. Extra pass, Caldwell Pope hits the three.
And that's all started by Reggie Jackson. Taking on the double team, just releasing it out of that double team so you can play 4-on-3. That's excellent offense by Reggie Jackson.
59-58. Cavs by one. Smith passes up the three. Irving. Get at the ball. Thompson. Another offensive rebound. Shot blocked by Drummond. His third rejection. Here's Harris inside. Drummond on the tip. Pistons back on top. You could bottle that play by Drummond on both sides. Great effort from the big fella. James fakes, drives. Open look for Kevin Love. Drummond grabs that one. Drummond had one rebound in the first half. He has 5 already here in the third quarter. Jackson comes up short. J.R. Smith can't hold on. Piston ball. You say you want to win? Well, don't tell me. Show me. How about contesting, coming down, blocking the shot, running in transition, and then winding up with the offensive putback? That's championship effort right there. Caldwell Pope guarded by Smith. Jackson gets inside and knocks it down. Beautiful ball from Jackson. Timeout Cleveland. As Detroit scores 7 straight to take a 3-point lead.
I really like how Reggie Jackson is playing offensively here. This time, instead of taking it on and getting rid of it early, splits it, and then the beautiful floater up over the top.
Upcoming national TV schedule, ESPN2 right now. Hawks and Celtics from Boston, TNT on Saturday, games from Indiana and Charlotte. ABC on Sunday, games for Memphis and Houston. And NBA TV, game 4 Monday, Miami and Charlotte. As the playoffs in full swing The Pistons fans so fired up, and so is Andre Drummond here in the second half.
But give credit first to Tristan Thompson, 6-second shots. But Drummond with the block and then run the floor rim to rim for the second shot. Drummond has to do a better job, though, Mike, of the initial block out of Tristan Thompson. But he is relentless, Thompson is, on that offensive glass.
Well, you do have two of the premier rebounders in the NBA, these two. Harris on James, shot clock at 4. James drives right, knocks out of his hands, out of bounds. 1.9 to shoot for Cleveland. James calling out a set play. Thompson, a rare outside shot from him, and he knocks it down. He does not take many of those during the course of an entire season.
Good execution, though. With 1.9, you're just looking to try to get a shot.
Morris, step back. Morris now 4 for 10 from the field.
I liked it better when he was going to the basket, as he did earlier in the game.
Pistons still low, shooting 53% for the game. Good feed inside, and Kevin Love to finish. Nice pass from Irving. 15 points for Kevin Love and 6 rebounds. Drummond, nice athletic goal, but he can't finish. Drummond sprinting back, but Irving gets inside and finishes. And a quick timeout, Stan Van Gundy irate. 6 straight points for the Cavaliers, and they're back up by 3. A huge game 3 for Detroit here on their home floor.
ESPN's presentation of the NBA playoffs. Brought to you by the new Money Monopoly game at McDonald's. Play to win. And The Secret Life of Pets. From the humans behind Despicable Me. In theaters July 8th.
Cavaliers taking back control of this game. Look no further than Uncle Drew. His ability to finish in the paint. Variety is the spice of life. And look at the way he finishes in traffic. Scoop shots, off-balance shots. And when they play you for the ability to score or make plays, tremendous find, bounce pocket pass to Love. In transition again, having an outstanding series. These are the shots that he worked on before the game, and look at those numbers. Awfully impressive. Cavs happy to have a healthy Kyrie Irving.
I said it's been his most unique season. The injury in game one of the finals, he missed the first 24 games. Had a minute's restriction when he came back. He said he's watching all his peers get better, and he's just trying to get back on the court. As Morris gets fouled. And he said he still really hasn't had that moment when he feels he's fully back. Each month he got better as the season wore on, and he has been exceptional so far in the playoffs.
Those 4 shots we just saw, he's back.
I would agree. So Morris goes to the line, and we check in with Lisa.
Mike, Stan Van Gundy was extremely animated in that last huddle. He went, grabbed several guys and just looked them in the eye and said, do you want to win? Do you want to win? He was trying to motivate his guys. He's saying, then why, how can you have plays where you do not show me effort? He even went on to say, look, if you're too tired, then we don't have a chance. He was really fired up and trying to fire them up too.
Well, they have played hard, but they've had rough stretches in the second half of both games 1 and 2. Golden opportunity once again here in game 3. Get in the win column of the series. Foul. Harris grabbing a hold of Love. Only the first team foul. And Harris is second.
And Tobias Harris has to let go, to me, of the frustration. It's etched all over his face.
Harris acquired in midseason, and what a terrific pickup in the 27 games he played. Average just under 17 a game. Has not been able to get it going in his first playoff series. James can't get it to go. Morris the rebound. Caldwell Pope gets it to Drummond. Not that time. Love grabs another rebound, his 7th. Irving blows past Jackson. Layup, can't get it to fall. James right there on the follow. Another offensive rebound for the Cavaliers. And that's, there you see number 8. That's actually number 9 for them. Caldwell Pope hits a 3.
Again, Reggie Jackson, I think, is playing outstanding basketball. That's a beautiful skip pass right into Caldwell Pope's shooting pocket.
And playing basketball like a real point guard, making the proper decision.
Love up top, James, quick pass, J.R. Smith, the quick release, and it's a 3.
Beautiful touch pass from LeBron James.
Second three-pointer for Smith, 7th of the game for Cleveland. Jackson again. Keep that double team. Harris off the dribble. That's got to feel good for Harris. Just his second field goal, but it brings the Pistons back within 1.
The coach is right. That look, he's been a scorer his entire life. They need him to be aggressive. Those are the type of plays he's more than capable of making.
And to rebound, right? So he's not a single-dimensional player. You can do more. He's a good basketball player.
Love nails a 3. Back-to-back threes for the Cavaliers. And again, this equals their largest lead of the game. It has been close throughout. Pistons' biggest lead was 6. Caldwell Pope. He's had a couple that have popped in and out. James to Love. Back to James. Corner 3. Drummond tips it in. Thompson's presence, as Stan Van Gundy tells Drummond, grab it. And a 6-point lead for the Cavs. Nice spin move. Oh, that was sweet from Andre Drummond. $17 points for Drummond. Minute and a half left here in the third. Big backdoor, beautiful defensive play from Caldwell Pope. He saw that coming. Caldwell Pope steps into a three. He was a good 2 feet beyond the arc that time. Smith and Irving play catch. Irving to Thompson. Count it and a foul. And again, Kyrie Irving, penetration opening up, and Thompson a chance for a 3-point play.
You're going to commit this foul, you got to make sure he does not get the basket and the contact. Great ball movement by the Cavs. Good dribble penetration. Good job of diving to the cup. That's excellent execution on the offensive end. Poor job by the Pistons defensively. Kyrie Irving making plays. You said it earlier, Jeff. Irving, he's a dynamic player. Look at that last possession. Caldwell Pope, that's a bad shot. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson shoot that basketball, more power to them.
Particularly because Kevin Love's the one closing, so you beat him off the dribble.
Aaron Baines back in for Andre Drummond. Jackson. Crossover move. Another one. Step back jumper. Got it. What a move by Reggie Jackson. 13.7 assists for Jackson. 4-point game. Final minute, third quarter. Thompson sets the screen. Irving momentarily lost the dribble. Gets it back and finishes. Big plays from Kyrie Irving. So good.
I mean, that is special stuff.
He's the game's leading scorer with 20. Cavs do have a foul to give here. Jackson steps back, launches a three-pointer. Ball tipped and taken by Love. Final seconds. Quick outlet. Irving gets it up in time. And just off the mark. As the third quarter comes to an end, the Cavs will take a 6-point lead into the fourth.
Well, on the rare off night that LeBron James is having, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love are answering the call. Beautiful catch and shoot jumper. Cavs up 6.
to the Palace. Stan, you're very upset with your team right now. What's upsetting you the most?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
You're
you.
upset with your team right now.
Yeah, we're not playing hard enough. We're not going up and rebounding the ball. We're not running back on defense. We're not working hard enough.
All right, thank you for your time. Mike?
All right, Lisa. The passion of Stan Van Gundy. His team now down 6 as we begin the fourth. Johnson misses. Shumpert with the rebound.
And with James back in, this is a very vulnerable time right now for the Pistons and their bench.
Baines, Blake, Johnson, and Tolliver. 4 reserves out there. James gets inside, gets hit. And Johnson called for the foul as James with a chance for a 3-point play. This is the largest lead by either team. Michael Smith, the official, took a tumble as well.
Great job of moving without the basketball. Doesn't settle on the perimeter. Understands he's not having a great night shooting the basketball. Gets into the paint. Great delivery. And takes everybody out.
And that's bad defense by both Tolliver and Baines. You're on the weak side. You got to pull over and make them throw it back out to the perimeter.
Like bowling pins going down there. James and Smith. By the way, did you know that Detroit is home to the most registered bowlers in America?
I did not know that.
That's today's fun fact of the city of Detroit.
We know the best bowler sitting at this table.
Caldwell Pope banks it in and a foul. A good answer to cut it back to 7.
You know, Mike, Mark comparing himself to others. Did you know comparison is the thief of joy? It's really true. So he's trying to sap our joy of bowling. And I would take Freed over you. I watch it with my own 2 eyes. Our statistician, Dave Freed, rocked you last year in Oklahoma City.
Hold up, but that was a great line. Say it again. You can't just throw out nuggets and then just leave it. Comparison
is the thief of joy.
You're preaching right there, my friend.
I really didn't hope this thing evolved into a bowling discussion, but I'll take full
don't bring it up then.
Dellavedova. James straight on 3. Nails it. LeBron James finding some offense. It's back up by 9. He's now 8 of 19 from the field. His first 3-pointer of the game. He was 0 for 4.
Coach talked about LeBron starting this quarter. If I'm Stan Van Gundy, I got a short leash to this bench unit on the floor.
Caldwell Pope not that time. James grabs his 11th rebound. Fourth quarter defense has been key for Cleveland all season. They haven't been as strong defensively during the course of the regular season, but they seem to turn it on strong in the fourth. One of the best in the league at fourth quarter defense. James shoots over Johnson, not that time. Stanley Johnson finds Tolliver. Dangerous pass. Blake able to get it. Blake to Baines. Baines. Offensive foul as LeBron James draws the charge.
Part of the problem is you look at this unit on the floor for the Pistons. You try to give the starters a breather, but you say, where does the scoring come from? That's a great job of rotating by LeBron James, sacrificing his body and taking the hit from Baines. That's stellar defense right there.
And when your best player is willing to do that, everyone else will follow along. And that's when you know you're serious about winning.
Shannon Fry. Shot clock at 5. James drives on Tolliver. Gets inside. The floater hits the side of the backboard. Here's Johnson, and Dellavedova throws a little forearm on him to stop the play. The fast break.
It's playoff basketball and a good foul by Dellavedova. Experience, understands they have numbers. You want to stop them in transition because they're having a tough time scoring in the half court. Force them to take the basketball out of bounds and score against your defense.
Harris back in. Morris back in. As Baines and Tolliver sit, Drummond still on the bench.
It's a good time for Harris going against, I believe, his cousin, Shannon Fry.
Yep. Their moms or sisters. Harris quickly answers. Just what needed. Got to be aggressive, and for him, he's got to attack the same exact way, no matter who's on the floor. Blake gets in front of James. Crowd roars as Blake took a shot. James backing in up top. Dellavedova three-pointer. And Caldwell Pope corrals the rebound. Tobias Harris is basically the center out there right now. Blake up top. Johnson, Harris, three-pointer. And a whistle and a foul on Morris. And we'll take a break. Just over 3 minutes gone by in the fourth. Pistons down by 7.
I'm Sage Steele, bringing it home, brought to you by Quicken Loans. Hawks and Celtics over on ESPN2. First quarter here. Hawks are down 9. Marcus Smart knocks the ball away from Paul Millsap. Isaiah gets a lay-in and one. He had 16 in the first quarter. Boston up 12 right now, Mike Breen.
All right, Sage Steele, you look at the Eastern Conference. Detroit trying to get in the win column like Boston tonight. Miami with a 2-0 lead as that series heads to Charlotte. Toronto got a road win in Game 3. There's already been 2 road wins in that series. They want Stan Van Gundy pleading with his team to do what it takes to get a victory.
We gotta go hard. Come on. You don't get screens. You close out every time. You sprint fast every time. Come on, we gotta outfight them. Let's go.
So we spoke to Tyronn Lue, who played for Stan Van Gundy only briefly in Orlando for part of a season, and he said what set him apart was how prepared he was and how he'd do anything to help you get in a position to win. And trying to motivate his team down the stretch here. Morris gets up on Love, trying to take it away. Love gets it back, finds Dellavedova. Oh, what a shot from Dellavedova, and up and under. And it's back to 9.
10 million, Mark Jackson. That's the number.
Tobias Harris. Nice soft touch that time.
And the problem for Detroit, this is a good offensive unit, but defensively, how do you protect the basket?
Again, your centers in the game are Kevin Love and Tobias Harris. Harris now on James. Shot clock at 8. James easily gets in the paint. Stripped by Harris. James thought he was fouled. And then a foul on Cleveland as they come the other way.
Those are two smart fouls by Dellavedova. James thought he was fouled on the back end. Looks fairly clean.
That's the third foul on Dellavedova. Third team foul on Cleveland. Drummond's going to come back in the game. Stanley Johnson, the rookie, will sit. He is much improved offensively.
Very much.
I like the fact that he didn't settle. He's got to easily spot up and hit the three-point jump shot. Turned the corner and got to the paint.
Morris gets inside. That shot is good. Took it hard to the rim, and it's back to 5.
Another fine pass by Reggie Jackson.
9 assists for Jackson. Irvin showing off his ball handling skills. Can't get at the ball. Drummond does a good job tipping it. Jackson. Harris. Morris on the drive. Draws the foul.
And Mike, back at the other end, Caldwell Pope did the best job I've seen for him this series in negotiating screens. He wasn't getting hit and stopping. He was getting hit and driving through the screen, which allowed Drummond to get back and be in a blockout position as the jump shot was being taken. That was excellent defense by Pope.
Because Thompson, as always, was going after it relentlessly after an offensive rebound, but Drummond in perfect position to hold them off.
And this is just outstanding defense. He doesn't stop. He's getting back in front, doing it multiple times, contesting, which allows Drummond to block out.
Something to take a look at as the Cavs having a tough time trying to stop the Pistons lately. 14 fouls. There's an opportunity with a little under 7 minutes to go of your Tyronn Lue to go into the Hackett-Drummond routine. Try to take the breath away from the Pistons offensively and force Drummond to get out of this game.
Yeah, let's ruin a good playoff game. Great suggestion, Jack.
Dellavedova out to James. Wide open 3. In and out. Jackson finds Harris. Harris the floater. 1-point game. Timeout Cleveland.
ESPN's presentation of the NBA playoffs, brought to you by Cadillac.
The Palace of Auburn Hills has had its championship moments. Isaiah Thomas, Bill Lambier, the Pistons winning in 89 and 90 with Joe Dumars as well. And then the Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton era, coached by Larry Brown, as they defeated the Lakers in 5 for the Pistons' third NBA championship. And these fans have waited. They missed the playoffs the last 6 years, but Stan Van Gundy taking over not only as head coach, but president of basketball operations. Last year, they won 32 games. The offseason, they made some excellent additions. During the season, added a few more pieces. And this year, this young Piston team won 44 games. And 4 of their 5 starters had never played in a playoff game prior to this series. This is a good young team. Still needs some pieces, obviously. But they are fighting tooth and nail to get a victory here in Game 3. Irving gets a clean look and nails the 3. And there's Drummond fouled. So now Andre Drummond will go to the free throw line where he's 1 for 4 tonight.
Kyrie Irving drops back as Caldwell Pope chooses to go under and just drains the 3.
And as good as Drummond is, Stan Van Gundy, if he cannot make free throws, I've got to make an adjustment and take him out of this ball game. I love you, but I can't afford to throw away a playoff game if you can't make free throws, because the Cavs are going to continue to foul. Games like this, 2 or 3 possessions make the difference between a win and a loss. And Baines quickly gets off the floor.
And listen, it's only up to one person to correct this. This is not about a miracle shooting coach. It's about first technique and then toughness to figure it out.
Morris almost tipped it in. And now Baines is going to come in.
And it's really a shame because Drummond has done so many good things.
Especially in the second half on the boards. He only had 1 rebound at halftime. You put the time in, you could be better. Great Karl Malone was a bad free throw shooter early on in his career. That's past the midway point here in the 4th quarter. Irving splits, tries, blocked by Morris, knocked out of bounds. Detroit ball, excellent defensive play from Marcus Morris. You see that score up from Boston at halftime. Celtics up 12. Game on ESPN2. This is the first game of our doubleheader on ESPN. Grizzlies and Spurs coming up next. Morris lost the handle. Good defense from Caldwell Pope there. James has Jackson on him, 7 to shoot. Goes hard to the rim, inside pass to Thompson. Tipped up and in by Kevin Love.
The versatility of Kevin Love. Making threes on the offensive glass and running your post game through.
Back to a 6-point game as we get under the 5-minute mark. Jackson can't hit the 3. And J.R. Smith comes up with it. 6 of 21 from downtown. The Pistons here tonight.
As a fan, we can fall in love with all the things that players do that's spectacular. Tristan Thompson is a heck of a basketball player.
Shot clock down to 3. James has to shoot. Can't connect. Jackson grabs it. Harris on the pull-up. Got it! Harris with 8 points here in the 4th quarter. He's come alive. And it's back to 4.
Nice solid play by Jackson, just advancing it up. Tobias Harris in rhythm, mid-range jumper.
10 assists now for Reggie Jackson. Irving finds room. Jackson the rebound. Ahead is Caldwell Pope. Perfect pass and a flush. Pinpoint accuracy from Reggie Jackson. It's back to 2. Irving to James, out to Smith, fakes the three, one dribble, puts it in. J.R. Smith from downtown. You want to win, you got to find guys that's not afraid of the moment. Say what you want about J.R. Smith. He's not afraid to take and make big shots. Harris finds Baines. Baines against Love, leans in, bank shot misses. Harris couldn't grab it. Coming up on 3 minutes remaining. Pistons trying to avoid going down 0-3. Irving back to Love. Irving lost it. Smith trying to get it, knocked out of bounds. You bottle that defense by Caldwell Pope right there. That's great effort. Great effort. Under 3 minutes remaining here in the fourth. Spurs have a 2-0 lead. Game 3 in Memphis coming up here in Auburn Hills. Pistons down 5 with the ball. Terrific defense, and then turning good defense into offense. Brilliant pass. Leading to Caldwell Pope. Run out and dunk. But on the other end, a terrific answer by J.R. Smith. The shot fake, the one-and-escape dribble to a big-time three. As he tells the Pistons fans to quiet down. That's about every shot. There has to be some histerize. Now, seriously, everybody's got their sign after every major shot. I think you just make a shot and go down. The other end. Celebrate the game, man. I'm just asking the question. It's a stop and a pose on every shot. Meanwhile, Reggie Jackson, that's like a quarterback leading his receiver perfectly for a touchdown. What a great pass. He's got 12 assists. He does not have a turnover. He's played a brilliant offensive game. Morris, quick spin move, gets inside, out to Caldwell Pope. We've had a couple of good looks here in the fourth. It just will not go down. Make or miss league. Great execution out of the timeout. That was a design play. Under 2.5 remaining. Baines picks up James on the switch. James drives pass, can't finish. Rebound, 4-4. Caldwell Pope couldn't pick it up. Look who gets it. Tristan Thompson. A relentless play. He's got 10 rebounds. Under 2 to play. Shot clock at 2. James kicks it out. Smith has to release quickly. In and out. He didn't have time to sit there, and he still almost put it in. Jackson drives. Layup misses. Rebound knocked out of bounds. And last touch by Detroit. They'll review it. But the call on the floor is going to be Cavalier ball. Yep, that's off Jackson.
That was one of his first bad attempts. Clearly off Jackson, but that was one of his worst offensive possessions right there. Didn't get balanced.
Well, after they look at that, Cavs will have it. 1:34 remaining. Both teams have multiple timeouts left. Pistons have a foul to give, but they are down 5. Desperately need a stop here. And hoping to avoid going down 0-3. No team in NBA history has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit to win a playoff series. What they're doing now is making sure right now time is on the clock. Should be 1:34, and that's what it is.
They gave that to Detroit? No. Oh, the other way.
The PA announcer just announced it incorrectly. Cavs the last couple of minutes have been strictly pick and rolls with LeBron with the basketball in his hands, making decisions out of it. James with 19 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. He hasn't shot it well. He's made some big plays. Irving stripped by Caldwell Pope, and Baines wrestles it away. Jackson falls down and lost it out of bounds. Jackson has played such a marvelous game with a couple of tough possessions. It's his first turnover of the night. And Cleveland will call a timeout. Oh, the frustration of playoff basketball. Pistons fans a little troubled right now with 1:08 remaining and a 5-point deficit. Playoffs continue on ESPN tomorrow. Thunder and Mavericks from Dallas, OKC up 2-1. And then the Clippers-Blazers series shifts to Portland after LA winning the first 2 games at all. Doubleheader of NBA playoff basketball on ESPN tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7 with NBA Countdown. Well, it's been a first half, second half. Pistons have just, again, they fought so hard and made so many good plays. They're such a resilient team. But I've been unable so far to get over the hump. The number 1 seed, Cleveland, against an 8 seed. They are giving the Cavs all they can handle. Is to not been able to finish games. Pistons going all the way small. It gives them opportunity to switch every pick and roll. Final minute. James wants it. Jackson's guarding him. They couldn't get it to James. Now he has it. 5 to shoot. Look at him post up Jackson. Spins away. Fires a pass deflected out with 0.7 of a second remaining. Still plenty of time to catch and shoot for the Cavaliers. And Tyronn Lue's going to call a timeout. J.R. Smith kind of limping over to the Cavalier bench. So the Cavs will have the ball inbound when we come back.
Tristan Thompson has played to his strength as well as any player here tonight. Putting his head under the rim and doing battle on the offensive board. Creating multiple second chance opportunities. Some have been missed blockouts. Others have been sheer luck, but most of them have been due to his unwavering work.
Signed an $82 million deal in the offseason. Some people said, boy, that's a lot of money for essentially a role player, but he has perfected his role and a perfect fit for this Cavalier team. Now 0.7 of a second remaining. Again, you can catch and even turn and shoot in 0.7 of a second. Dellavedova finds Irving for 3. Oh, he puts it in! Kyrie Irving nails it. But they're going to review it. Jason Phillips quickly blew his whistle. Kyrie Irving, what a shot. In a perfectly executed play. Well, he's close to the baseline there.
Clearly got it off in time. Give Tyronn Lue a lot of credit. This is a design play. The attention drawn by James. Beautiful execution.
Catch and shoot, one quick motion. And Irving with 26 more points. LeBron James, sheer joy as Irving continues to excel in this series.
Sometimes you got to tip your hat to the opponent. That's a tough angle shot.
Now an 8-point game. You look tonight, it's been such a fantastic atmosphere. First home playoff game in 7 years for these great Pistons fans. But they've got a lot of good things to look forward to. This is a terrific young team. So many have been playing in their first playoffs. Right now, they just have not had enough against this Cavalier squad.
And you got to be realistic. This doesn't mean that the series is over. But if you're Stan Van Gundy and the Pistons and the shot clearly off in time, it's a process. This thing is turned around quickly. And this is a great learning experience for this young basketball team. You don't just get better overnight. You got to go through these moments.
So we'll take now a full timeout. 43 seconds remaining. Pistons now down 8. Later on tonight, following Spurs Grizzly on ESPN, don't miss SportsCenter at night where it's Scott Van Pelt. NBA playoff action, NHL playoffs, Major League Baseball, and an update from Vegas on the eve of UFC 197. SportsCenter at night after the NBA playoffs on ESPN. Kyrie Irving continues his fantastic play. 0.7 of a second, one motion, nails a three-pointer. Boy, is he enjoying being back in the playoffs. After that devastating knee injury in Game 1 of the finals last year, ended his playoff run prematurely. Jackson catches. Shumpert just in the game on him. Jackson trying to draw a foul, comes up short. James the rebound, and he's fouled with 36.6 remaining. Detroit had a foul to give. I think that's the 14th foul. That shouldn't be shooting. Yep, now they realize that.
Officials thought the game was over, too.
And some of the fans thinking that as well. And it has been a wonderful atmosphere, but it's going to end in disappointment for the Pistons fans. Dellavedova, another fine game. 10 points and 5 assists for the future $10 million man.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that's what I predict.
I mean, the guy is tough.
Make
Keep
shots.
to the high level, make shots, not afraid of the moment.
And here's the critical part that's overlooked. He can play with a point guard in Kyrie Irving.
Don't forget, coming up, second game of our doubleheader. Game 3 from Memphis. The underman Grizzlies going to try and get a win against San Antonio. As this young Pistons team going to fall short again. Dellavedova, another big game. If you're a Cavs fan, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love playing great basketball, complimenting LeBron James. And Cleveland on the verge of taking that commanding 3-0 lead in this best-of-7 series. We'll take a quick break. Well, one of the terms we always use now in the NBA, big three. Seems every team has a big three. The Cavaliers version playing like it through the first 3 games of this series. Irving another 26 points. James a little bit of everything. And Kevin Love continues his aggressive play as well. Well, that's Detroit now. Still has 1 timeout remaining. They'll find themselves down by 10. And once again, a close game, a hard-fought game, but the Cavaliers at crunch time. Jackson trying to draw a foul, misses. Fight for the rebound. Baines falls down. Foul's going to go against Cleveland. LeBron James picks up the personal. He's second. They're in the penalty, so Baines will shoot free throws with 22.9 remaining. Game 4 will be Sunday night back here at the Palace.
Mike, you know, they just showed a picture of Drummond. Everyone out here, maybe except James, has a weakness in their game. But very few make you unplayable because of the rules. His makes him unplayable. And it must be super frustrating for him, certainly for their team, because they can't withstand his missed free throws, but they can't withstand him not being on the floor either.
How about Baines intentionally misses, but moves from the center of the free throw line? Probably got away with it. I didn't even think that at the rim. I agree with you. I think that was a violation. Look where he lines up after shooting the free throw. Oh, Henry Bibby.
Henry Bibby.
All time. You don't remember that.
No, that didn't hit.
No. I mean, what are we watching? Clearly it didn't hit.
Yeah, I know.
You know, Drummond, like all the poor free throw shooters, they work on it. They try and get better at it. Doesn't happen. I wonder why more guys don't do the Rick Barry underhand, those big guys. That has to shoot better softer hand than 35%.
Mike, you could kick it up there and shoot it better than 35. I'm going to say this. We had a guy at the Knicks one time named Gary Bourne. He's the free throw coach for the Dallas Mavericks. He got Anthony Mason to shoot one-handed. And it was amazing how much his free throws improved just by taking the guide hand off the ball. I'm surprised that more people don't do that as the first step.
So you want a rule change that allows Drummond to stay in the ball game as opposed to an opposition with the coach designing a hack of Drummond to get him out
And
of
I'll
the game.
tell you why. Because at no other level of pro basketball or at basketball is that allowed. It's not allowed in AAU. It's not allowed in high school. It's not allowed in college. Why do we want, with the best game by far, do we want to make it boring with Haka whoever?
I understand.
And so why is it not allowed in the last 2 minutes if it's such a great rule? Why not just have it be like one rule for all 48 minutes? That's the thing I don't understand. To me, it's not protecting the player. It's protecting the fan.
Well, Adam Silver saying yesterday, again, reiterating that he's going to push for it, wants to talk about it with the competition committee. I had some discussion. It was brought up last year, didn't get any traction, and they decided to let it go. But it's more than doubled the amount of Haka-Shaka or Haka whoever fouls, more than doubled this year, and I think we're finally going to see a change after this season. I understand the demand for the change and making the game continue to be exciting. But if I'm Tyronn Lue, an opposing coach, give me a chance to have a strategy, a game plan to get this big dominant play out of the game. Don't let him off the hook because he's a bad free throw shooter.
I think it's twofold. I think it's on Drummond, obviously, to improve. Because there's going to still be ways to put him to the free throw line. But just practicing, obviously, is not going to change it. Doing the same thing over and over again, what's that? That's the definition of insanity.
And I definitely wouldn't want to see Drummond work on a Rick Barry underhand shot. Don't do that. I'd rather have him cross it over and shoot jump shots. I think you'd be effective. Drive blocked by James.
Jackson goes down hard. And the Cavaliers will just hold it out. And they come to Detroit and get the road win to give themselves that 3-0 lead in this best-of-7 series. Another strong performance from LeBron James, Kevin Love, and Kyrie Irving. Final score, the Cavaliers 101, the Pistons 91. Game 4 of Sunday night. Jeff Van Gundy, Mark Jackson, Lisa Saunders, producer Tim Morgan, director Jimmy Moore, Mike Green saying thanks so much for watching. Now we send it to Memphis, Spurs and Grizzlies with Mike Tirico and Jimmy Brown.
Well, thank you, Michael, and we welcome you just along Mississippi here in Memphis, Tennessee, and the FedEx Forum for Game 3 of the 2-7 matchup in the West, San Antonio and Memphis. Dominant performance by the Spurs in Games 1 and 2. They lead 2 games to none. As you see the rest of the story in the West, those top 4 seeds expected to move on. We've seen one surprise with Houston beating Golden State last night and Dallas's win over Oklahoma City in Game 2 of that series. Mike Tirico, Hall of Famer Hubie Brown, Heather Cox will join us here in a little bit. Memphis can't score. 74 and 68 points. Credit San Antonio's defense, but this is as depleted a playoff team as we've ever seen. How does Memphis find a way to stay in this game tonight, Hubie?
Well, this is about pace, scoring the basketball. The perimeter guys must shoot a high percentage in the mid-range and the 3 game. Open it up so Randolph can operate in the post, get to the foul line, stop the game. Now, can they take care of their defensive boards, and can they defend? Big question.
Only 9 players available for Dave Yeager and Memphis as we look at tonight's starting lineups brought to you by Modelo Especial. A change in the Memphis starting lineup. No Chris Anderson. They go smaller and add Tony Allen to Farmar, Carter, Barnes, and Randolph. For the Spurs, it's Tony Parker and Andy Green. Kawhi Leonard, Defensive Player of the Year. LaMarcus Aldridge and Tim Duncan. More on Memphis and their injury woes. Here's Heather.
Mike, things are just getting worse for the injury-plagued Grizzlies. They're already down 5 players with season-ending injuries, and today they announced that Terrell Martin is now out for the remainder of the season with a bad foot. Now, what is the mindset of this depleted team? The Grizzlies know it's going to take more than home court to contend with the Spurs, so Coach Yeager has made some changes to try to shake things up. He said he'd be unconventional, play more small ball, try to play with more tempo, try to get Vince Carter more in transition. Mike, all in an effort, he says, to create more belief and to create more confidence in his team tonight.
This has always been, Heather, a great home court atmosphere. And candidly, there are many empty seats in the upper deck. But those who are here are trying to pull their guys along. Memphis just needs a first quarter. They have scored 24 points in the first quarter. That's combined games 1 and 2. They've got to find something, some way to build on.
You can play small ball all you want, but the key is, can you defend, and then can you take care of your defensive board with a small group?
And Allen denied inside as he went right to the basket. The Spurs will come back the other way. The Grizzlies have not led for a minute in this entire series. They've led for 25 seconds and by 1 point in the first 2 games.
Now, by going small, they have Barnes on Aldridge, which is a major mismatch.
There is Kawhi Leonard from the corner, and the Spurs out to the first. Duncan to Leonard, and it's 4-2 San Antonio. You see the score, upper right corner. Boston leading Atlanta by 7. Brian Rucco, PJ Carlissimo calling that game for you. Channel away for most of you on ESPN2, so if you want to keep an eye on that, come back and forth. Here at Grizzlies turnover, Spurs ball.
Now, when you're looking at this, just remember, Zach Randolph is your big scorer, 15 points, 8 rebounds, but he's only 8 for 30, mainly because they double team him quickly, and sometimes there are 3 people on him. They need perimeter shooting to open up and create space.
We'll detail all those who are gone from this Memphis team as Danny Green looking to get going from the outside. Hits a three-pointer, hit 1 3-pointer in game 1. And the Spurs quickly out to a 5-point edge.
Yeah, now Danny Green has been down this year. He usually averages over 10 a game. Only 7. 3-point shooting has dropped off about 7 or 8 points. Well, here's an offensive foul.
Jordan Farmar getting tangled with Tony Parker.
Hey, when you see that call from the baseline, that's bad.
They're going to call it on Parker.
That's it. Well, you see, mainly because that definitely should have been called.
Parker will pick up his first foul. Gary Zielinski, Payne Fitzgerald, and Eric Stafford, the 3 officials working this game 3.
Now, if you notice right there, see, they cleared out a side, 2 plays in a row, and you could see the double team.
And Randolph couldn't get the shot off, and they're sagging back on Zach Randolph. There's nobody who can make outside shots in this Memphis team. So San Antonio, already a great defensive team, has an easier time. The shot fake by Green, missed the jumper, and Carter on the rebound, picked it to Allen.
Well, you're looking to get out. You need some fast break baskets. Fast break baskets, second chance opportunity baskets.
Good job by Parker to knock it away and stay down here. Again, this Memphis team off to the poor starts. They shot 23% in the first quarter of game 1, 25% in game 2, and they've opened 1 of 4 here tonight. Jordan Farmar got here in March.
I like that.
Nice. Randolph inside for Carter, but the length of Aldridge there to deny.
See, they tried to post him up that time. They fronted, and they're going to force you to throw the lob pass. But once Carter gets it, he's got to score now. You can't miss an easy opportunity there.
Tim Duncan, who did not have a field goal in Game 2, stopping his string of 242 consecutive playoff games with a field goal. That was an NBA record. It's on the board here tonight. Randolph makes it 9-4.
Like we said, Randolph must have a big game here today. And you notice everything he's operating now is on the right side of the floor. The big thing now is at this end, you're going to be tested. They're switching on every ball cross. They don't care about the mismatch.
Contact, no whistle. Parker missed the shot. Barnes on the board. Barnes in his 13th year in the league. Vince Carter is 18th. And Randolph is 16th. Carter gets to the basket, but Kawhi Leonard, the back-to-back Defensive Player of the Year, knocked it away.
Yeah, the early plan has been excellent, but Carter hasn't been able to score.
Leonard out of the corner. That three-point shooting has improved so much this year for Kawhi Leonard. Even with almost 100 more attempts, he's been able to jack up his three-point percentage.
Well, you can see now he gave that ball off on the right side of the floor, went all the way across on the baseline side, and opened up.
Jordan Farmar, who was playing in Israel for a good part of this season. Tommy Tel Aviv signed at the end of March after a 10-day contract. He's come in and he's have a point guard because of the injuries. Mostly to Mike Conley, terrific starting point guard from Memphis. With his Achilles injury. Carter on the board as we have played a good stretch here without a whistle. There's one foul these first 5 minutes.
Well, when you're really going now, the pace has been very good from Memphis, and they're getting some wide open shots and then shots in the paint.
Farmar, no. Carter tried to get on the glass, and here's Aldridge the other way. How well LaMarcus Aldridge is. The season has gone on, has fit in, and around All-Star break time, Greg Popovich said, it's your time. You do what you can do. Like that on the mismatch, an easy hoop for LA.
So you run the pick and roll, and Duncan rolls, and the guard switches off on him. That's an automatic 2 for San Antonio.
Barnes gets it back on the other end, and Greg Popovich seeing any sort of a defensive slippage, trying to play against perfection here defensively, gets up for the quick timeout. About 5.5 gone by in this first quarter.
ESPN's presentation of the NBA playoffs. Brought to you by new Ciroc Apple. Irresistibly crisp. Celebrate life responsibly. Taco Bell's new Quesalupa. It has everyone talking. What are you waiting for? And the local experts at your independent True Value.
Grizzlies.com, 888-HOOP, or click Ticketmaster.com and believe, Memphis.
Well, happy game day, Grizz fans. It's Tamra here. And I don't know if you guys know it, but tonight is going to be a very, very interesting night because we have received word that someone has organized a tribute to Grizz. Yes, you. Yes, Grizz. And by the looks of all the people that I have already seen backstage, I know that tonight is going to be very, very special. So, Grizz Nation, let's go on and give our boy in blue here a hand because it's all about you, Grizz. Let's hear it, Grizz Nation. They love you, Grizz, and I love you, Grizz. But guess what? There's someone in the building who loves you more than anyone. And this very special lady has come from her retirement home all the way from Cape Girardeau via Megabus, by the way. She loves you. She birthed you. It's your mama, Grizz. Miss Griselda, come on out here. Look at you. That's your mom. I feel like this is an episode of This Is Your Life. Y'all give it up for Miss Griselda. Doesn't she look wonderful? It is going to be
a lovely night tonight, Grizz. There are more surprises where that came from. Go on back a house, go catch up with Mama, and we'll see you in a bit. Congratulations, Grizz.
Just to buy me a new perfume. I never understood how Mama made it.
Manu in the early two. Ime Udoka, the assistant, up to let Greg Popovich know that Manu's got 2 fouls.
Well, Mike, you look at it right now, and they've been able to get the ball to Carter in excellent scoring positions. All he has to do is to score the basketball. Sounds easy, but with the defense climbing all over him, he's got to be strong in the paint.
Barnes used the Birdman screen. That was knocked away by Diaw. The blocks and steals and deflections. Spurs at the top of the list right now. Diaw joins the play, faked the three, and goes inside for the 2.
You have to remember when Diaw came in this league, he was a 6'8" point guard by Atlanta. He's put on a few pounds since then, but now he's an outstanding performer with the second unit and has been, and then also leads France as the center position in the World Games and in the World Cup and qualifying for the Olympics.
Barnes the miss. The Spurs lead is 7. Diaw inside. Good kick down by Barnes to take it away. He has been hustling throughout, not letting his team or the circumstance affect him. He's going to go to the line after that foul.
That was a great steal by Barnes at the other end. When Anderson fronted the man, they threw the lob pass over the top. Barnes came on that baseline and made the strip. Now that's the third one that they have done, double teaming a man catching a ball, posting up, that is being fronted by the defense. Keep an eye. See, now just watch. See, he just came from the man in the corner over here on the right-hand side. So you get, but Barnes is really all over the place defensively, so is Tony Allen. Now, can they keep this up stamina-wise as we march through 48 minutes? Because San Antonio's going to rotate 10 guys and sometimes 11.
Danny Green picked up the foul, his second. JaMychal Green, as Heather told you earlier, bothered by a touch of the flu, so was a little bit limited in preparation for this game. He checks in for Memphis. Free throws are knocked down. 16 points by Memphis is their series best in the first quarter. And 13 and 11 in games 1 and 2.
I mean, this offense is run at such speed that you really have to understand timing.
David West hits the open jumper. Grizzlies brought Lance Stevenson in along with Green at that last timeout. Michael out of Alabama, 6'9", second year.
They get going now.
Lance Stevenson will pull up and take the deep 2 and knock it down.
Now we know that he's been controversial even here in 24 games, but he did average 14 points during this period of time and has had some sensational games.
And Mills is off. Anderson couldn't squeeze it. 3.5 second difference between the clocks. You mentioned the controversy around Lance Stevenson. Of course, the great success he had that breakout season in Indiana with the Pacers, the Eastern Conference Finals, signed the free agent deal with Charlotte, and then was moved to the Clippers, and then traded twice within a year span. He was traded here. That's another knockaway by the Spurs.
Think about that, Mike. That's 3 strips on guys going up for a shot.
Ginobili at the end of the quarter knocks down the three-pointer. And the Spurs lead by 8 after 1. Margin for error so small. Instead of Memphis cutting it to 3, the Spurs hit a 3 and lead by 8. San Antonio's won all 9 quarters in this series and are +8 after 1 in game 3.
Word. It's now time for the coaches interview brought to you by the U.S. Navy. Joined by Greg Popovich. And Coach, one quarter in the books. How would you assess your team's effort so far?
Well, the effort is good. It's good. It's fine.
What more would you like to see to get that good to great mentality that is such a part of your team's DNA?
They're used to doing it. Just more of trying to do it better, I guess.
Coach, thank you.
Justin Turner spins, loses the ball. Dennis Schroeder going the other way. Celtics up 1 right now, Mike, with 8 minutes left.
Good game. Boston had the early lead. That series moving to Massachusetts with Boston trying to get on the board there. We'll have game 4 of Oklahoma City, Dallas coming up tomorrow on ESPN, followed by the Clippers and Portland. You passed John Barrett, Chris Broussard up the game for you in Dallas. Oklahoma City up 2-1 in that series. Rick Carlisle adding a little between-game spice with the conversation about physicality from Oklahoma City. And Mark Jones, Doris Burke, and J.A. Adande are up in the Great Northwest to watch Portland try to get on the board as the Clippers have a 2-0 series lead there. That's a doubleheader tomorrow night here on ESPN as the playoffs hit weekend 2.
Now, San Antonio has 4 second-teamers out there along with Leonard. So they're rotating a 9-man rotation.
There's Todd checking in for Kyle Anderson of the Spurs, number 1 in the paint. The Grizzlies, number 1, Lance Stevenson, turned it over. There's long arms and big hands. Kawhi Leonard take it away. This is going to be on West. Let's see. No, it's not going to be on West. West got Stevenson up high, but Grant's going to be called for personal foul this first.
I'll tell you, at the other end of the floor, that was a great trap. They go in and they trap. Now at this end right here, that's
It's a great call because Stevenson's arm was up by the face first.
First of all, you got to call that, mainly because that forearm was going for the neck or for the jaw. You have to call that ball. You can't let that go by.
Take a peek at the replay center. As the crew chief Derek Stafford comes over, it's Benny Adams, one of the 36 playoff officials in the replay center.
You can see, you can't raise your arms like that because you drive that forearm into the guy. No good.
At first we thought it would be Diao called, or rather, West called for the forearm. We saw Stevenson leading with his forearm first.
That's right. Just want to talk about the Spurs defense. If you're watching all of these traps, it's beautiful to watch the trap and then the third-man rotation. They have forced 7 turnovers, and they have already blocked 4 shots.
Common foul. No flagrant foul. Yes, the San Antonio defense was so good throughout the regular season. It's made even more impressive by the number of people that resting some of the veterans, and still the defensive principles stay. It starts with the player of the year, Kawhi Leonard. What's always been part of the Popovich defensive plan was too big. You can never get around the rim on this team. And they've been able to keep that with Duncan, Aldridge, a variety of guys coming in off the bench like West, too.
Well, just think about this. Since he's been coaching the team, they've never given up 100 points at the end of any season. So naturally, they talk defense first there, and yet people would not believe it, mainly because they run such a smooth offense that is run and keeps you guarding them 50 feet wide.
Well, if they can do this next year, it'd be great to say 20 years of all this. The winning seasons on the road, under 100, over 600 win percentage, and playoffs. All 19 in a row. There's the 5 rings to show for it.
Now, that one at the top, that's the key. You can have good teams, but can you win consistently on the road? And you can see it. They've done it 19 times. And then this year, they were 27 and 14. That's very difficult to do year after year.
Diao denied inside by Chris Anderson. 9-point Spurs lead as we get to the 8-minute mark here. Game 3 of this 2-7 series in the West. Spurs won the first 2 comfortably. Their defensive vice continues against this depleted and offensively challenged Grizzlies team. With play, we have a foul called inside, and a grab of the jersey. It's called on Tony Parker. Let's listen to Greg Popovich a moment ago.
Let's not get 3-point happy here. Okay, we made a couple, but let's not get 3-point happy. We got to attack that rim. We're on the road. We need to attack it. After the attack, you get that wide open thing, you shoot it.
Well, see, he's right on the money. He doesn't want it to become a lazy man's game. It's easy to get the 3 ball, but they're known for their power game and their cutting and baseline screen and getting into the paint.
Stevenson from the outside makes it a 7-point game. That's the one guy who can go get 20-something on his own. Here's the giveaway by Parker.
Gotta get
3-on-1. Stevenson off the wing. Now the goaltending on Leonard. And the lead is down to 5.
Now, that's the first time that they've gotten a clear 3-on-1 score. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the athleticism and getting the ball out.
Easy call as Kawhi took it off the glass, or after it hit the glass. Stevenson tied up away from the play, and the foul is called on the Spurs and Kyle Anderson. And this 8-0 run has the crowd engaged.
Now, right now, Pop says they hope that's enough. We're bringing Duncan back in here now, and then play Duncan and West up, and then also here comes Aldridge. He said, look, you did a good job. You extended the lead. You bought us a lot of free time, but I don't like what I'm seeing right now. Their quickness is taking advantage of us defensively.
Well, this is the scenario. Hang around a little bit. Just stay involved in the game. And the guys who didn't make shots in San Antonio, usually your role or lesser offensive players, play a bit better at home. Munford challenges Aldridge.
Nice.
And it will be called the goaltend.
Hit the board.
And it's a 3-point game.
Nice. That was see, this Munford young man has got some speed about him and good hops. Now watch, he's challenging Duncan here right now. And you can see Duncan definitely hit the backboard as the ball was going off the board. That's a shot interference.
Chance for the Grizzlies to get back within 3. Duncan sets up space in the lane, off the window for 2. Second field goal for Duncan.
Well, we know that he still can do it, okay? He still can go out to 15 feet and bank in the shot, whether he's facing or whether he's turning on a quick move.
Randolph raising all that Spurs defensive, all those black shirts, was waiting for that spin move by Randolph. Parker in transition is off. They say last touch by Memphis.
Yeah, he did. Stevenson touched it. He owned up to it right there. Main thing now with the coaching staff in Memphis, you can't let this now blow out to a 10 to 14 point. You got to try to keep it close. Use your timeouts. Keep it close. Talk to your guys. Give them a little blow.
Parker. Rebound by Chris Anderson. Didn't start tonight. Come in. Couple of points for his rebound there. Stevenson and Mumford working the backcourt. Tony Allen waiting in the corner. Stevenson. So Lance Stevenson having a good first half here. He's 4 of 4 from the field with 8 points, and the lead is 3.
So he's got a nice mid-range game, and we know that he can explode to the rim.
Aldridge, one-on-one, no help. Allen on Leonard, 2 terrific defensive players. Duncan, and the foul call as Tim went to the basket. Foul on Tony Allen, 5:25 left, just steps from Beale Street. Beautiful town of Memphis, the home of the Blues. Well, Tim Duncan has 5 NBA titles. And compared to the players Memphis has available, this is an all-time playoff comparison, the playoff history. Duncan's the 5th most points in playoff history, more than all the Grizzlies. More blocks by 303 than all the Grizzlies who can play tonight. And more rebounds by about 350 than all the Grizzlies who can play. You can say that about a bunch of teams, but Tim Duncan's playoff career alone has been extraordinary, Hubie, as he continues to climb up the all-time NBA list, regular and postseason. One of the greatest players in the history of the league. Keeps going on. Here are his all-time playoff ranks. Top 5 in minutes, and points, and boards, and blocks, and wins, and games.
Well, he's one of the very few people who has been on the All-NBA team 15 times and on the All-Defensive team 15 times. That is hard to do. He's 13 times. He's been on the first team All-Defensive team. Now that, we all know that he's a good defender, but that's an eye-opener right there.
Has been for many years here guarding Zach Randolph, who gets inside, gets 2, and it's still a 3-point game. And it's very similar to game 1 in terms of score and time. In the 30s, the Spurs then exploded at the end of the first half, closed that second quarter in San Antonio, and walked to a 106-74 win.
Well, the bench did a great job.
Stevenson the foul. He's trying to guard Aldridge. It's too tough. And Lance will pick up his second.
Now, the Memphis bench came in and scored 17 points. They were 8 for 10 from the floor, plus they had 6 boards. Now you say, well, what's the big deal? Well, it's 17 to 12 in bench points.
Coming into tonight, the Spurs bench had scored as many as their starters. 100 points each, bench and starters, in the first 2 games combined. Ginobili the miss, and Memphis has a chance to tie the game here with a 3-ball. Jordan Farmar back in at the point. Munford back on the bench. Farmar for the tie. And Duncan, or rather Aldridge, I should say, on the board.
Yeah, you like to see him right there in that situation. Play inside out. Go down into Randolph on that roll.
Duncan has Stevenson down low. And Stevenson gets the rebound.
He has any athlete. Stevenson's 6'5". Legitimately, you can see the upper body strength. He can help out on the boards. Now, he's out there now in place of Carter.
Leonard knocked it away. Randolph got it back. A lot of contact. No whistle. Stays down here with the Grizzlies, who tend to shoot.
Now, the big thing for San Antonio is the strip right there. Now, they have 4 steals in the paint. Now, they get away right there with a strip, and then also Randolph kind of thought that he got hit. Right there, great play.
And the foul will be called on Duncan as Randolph was banging inside, waiting for the whistle. And then after he didn't make it, Tibbs calls.
Now just keep an eye on here. See, that was played beautifully. He walked him right down, and Duncan stayed on his right-hand side. So that opened up the lefty shot. Good pass, and then a strong move by Randolph.
Randolph comes to the line for 2 free throws. That's a good part of the story. Zach has taken very few free throws
of the double team and then rotating to the opposite side of the floor against that ball movement.
Grizzlies on top by 3. Here is Randolph, who's free. Let's clean up something at the end of the first half. I was with the San Antonio bench about that 70-foot throw by Matt Barnes did not hit the rim, and he missed a shot clock violation as Parker missed the three. He did, in fact, graze the rim. Zelensky, Stafford, and Fitzgerald, the officials were absolutely right. The Spurs bench was wrong. More importantly, I was wrong. But the foul on me, as we look at this Barnes flick, it just barely grazes the rim.
That's right. You can see.
Thanks to Ed Feibenhoff and Ken Dennis, our producer and director, in the truck for the visual proof that I was completely wrong.
Now, look, we know Barnes was a great football player, but he was a flanker. In high school, I think he made, 28 touchdown passes and was all state football player.
He was.
That's right. Now, he gave us that quarterback move right there.
Yes, he sure did. Randolph couldn't squeeze it. Farmar cuts off Parker and the break. Look at Hubie crushing the research tonight. Ginobili hits the three. And we're tied at 51.
Now, keep an eye on Ginobili now. He has a feel. And anytime he has that feel, he's made 3 threes tonight, and along with Kawhi Leonard, who has made 3. You got to keep an eye on that because both guys will continue to shoot it.
Ginobili hit plenty of threes in his playoff career. Carter going to his left looking for the call. Doesn't get it. Here's Leonard back the other way.
Yeah, they're picking it up.
Pitched it out to Green. And he hit the 3. Danny Green is 1 in the first half, has 1 here in the second, and the Spurs lead by 3.
Well, back in the championship years here in San Antonio, Danny Green and Mills off the bench were outstanding, along with Ginobili in the 3-ball. This year, for whatever reason, Green has been down in the 3-point shooting, but they're going to need him as they move through the playoffs here. Now, just keep an eye on this. This is just excellent ball movement. Get the ball up to the corner. Ginobili, no hesitation. Now, a terrific pass by Leonard opens up Green.
27-49 that year in the finals. Took the 3-ball. The year was for Danny Green in that series. Barnes on the attack. Deflects to Randolph.
So the key is to keep driving the ball into the paint. Good things will happen. Sure, you got your shot blocked, but Randolph was right there. And once he gets it, and no one's in the area, you know he's going to score.
Zach Randolph is given the forearm, which is legal in that lower defensive box area to Aldridge, but then spinning out of that last hit, Aldridge is able to draw the foul on Randolph.
That was a little bit of an act also, Mike. Now look, this is 2 big, tough guys going. See, he played that for the referee. You can see it here right now. On the spin. Now, does he get him? Absolutely. He got him with that left forearm, but the idea is that he played it also to the referee and got the call.
Fouls on Randolph. Fouls on the Spurs. One of the Grizzlies. Team fouls here. About 5 minutes gone in the third. It was a busy playoff weekend. Sage, Jalen, and Doug in the studio showed you Boston getting that win with Isaiah Thomas's 42-point effort tonight. That Atlanta-Boston series got 2-1 Hawks. The upcoming game, TNT tomorrow will have game 4 with Toronto trying to go up 3-1 in Indianapolis, and Charlotte at home down 2-0 to Miami. Sunday, we'll be here, noon Central, 1 Eastern for Spurs, Grizzlies game 4. And in game 4, we'll see what Steph Curry's ankle story is. Houston and Golden State. Those on your ABC station at Monday Night NBA TV. We'll have Miami and Charlotte game 4. You know, Hubie saw that Toronto series. Great defense by Green.
Great
Green with the steal.
They fell asleep there.
He stepped on the sideline and turned it over, frustrating the San Antonio bench. Before that, Green steal, I was going to mention the Toronto series where they're up 2-1. And Joseph has had a great series for Toronto. 16 of 24 from the field. One of the top field goal percentage shooters in this playoff. He credits his time with San Antonio. As Carter goes off the window and misses, his time with the Spurs helped him be ready for playoff action and a former late first-round pick. Corey Joseph really giving Toronto a lot in the backcourt with DeRozan and Lowry.
Like, that was a great acquisition. No doubt about it. He is a terrific player. He can run your first unit, work him off the bench, and get you double figures with your second unit, but also an excellent defender. Now remember, they lost Bellinelli also, who is now at Sacramento. And then you're talking about two guys on your second unit who could score the ball.
Great point. Foul was on Randolph, his third. 2 team fouls each way. Aldridge turning top. Rebound by Farmar. Went up high to go get it. Jordan Farmar. Been around a while. A couple of championships in his Laker days. Spartan crowd. Zach Randolph. Took it away from Leonard. Zebo up strong.
That's all effort right there. Effort and heart. Mainly because you're getting trapped by two guys, and the third guy rotated into the paint, took away your avenues, and you still hung with it. Made the extra effort.
You surprised? 55-55.
Absolutely. But that's what we said. It's pro basketball. You and I picked Dallas beating Oklahoma City there last weekend, and who would have thought that?
Right.
In Oklahoma City.
After the Thunder blowout in game 1, Max in
Right.
game 2. Green again. Hits the three. The rebound by Aldridge. And Carter goes up to get it. Insanity. Shades of the Toronto days.
Well, see, they want the contact, but you're not going to get those calls.
Carter. Leonard with the block, and Carter screams for a foul.
Yeah, he's also that he wanted a shot interference on the backboard. Kept calling too.
Dave Yeager going to take a timeout. He's chewing out Derek Stafford as well. Carter did, Yeager did, and Kane Fitzgerald and Derek Stafford giving Yeager a lot of rope here. Danny Green also listening in.
This is just a strong move. Barnes gets fouled there on the way up. And then, once again, Porter thought he got hit on the shot.
ESPN's presentation of the NBA playoffs. Brought to you by State Farm. We exist to assist. And chocolate milk. Trusted by athletes. Backed by science.
We went to timeout. Vince Carter was very upset. Here's why. He's pointing up to the video board saying, look at the board. It should be a goaltend, as it hit the backboard first before Kawhi Leonard got his blocked shot.
So that's why he was yelling. He had his hand up, showing 2 points for hitting of the board.
Spurs lead it by 2. It's Memphis ball here as we approach the 5-minute mark of Game 3, quarter 3. Carter rolling to the basket, and here he will pick up the foul. We talked to Greg Popovich before the game, and he was telling the three of us it'd be about games like this. I said, you've been through so many playoffs. There's so many veterans on that team. Do you go tell them, guys, be ready for the onslaught? They're desperate. They're home. They don't want to be embarrassed. And he said, no. I've learned over the years, if you say that, you kind of put it in their mind. As the game goes on, if I need to let them know that they got to pick it up, that they're not doing the things we did games 1 and 2, I will. And he's had to do that a few times here because Memphis has given you their easily best effort in the first 3 games.
Well, when you look at it, you remember the timeout, and we showed him in the huddle with his team. He said, don't get carried away with the 3-ball. Now, we know they've made 18, but they've taken 17 shots already in the 3-ball, and we still have almost a quarter and a half to go. So for them, that's out of character.
And they've got a big issue with Aldridge just picking up his 4th personal foul. So Aldridge comes out. David West comes in. Kyle Anderson came in at that Memphis timeout. Parker to Leonard. And Kawhi Leonard hits his 4th 3 of the night. He leads all scorers in the game with 17.
That's amazing. He's 4 for 5 in his 3-ball. We told you now, he's got 4, and Ginobili's got 3.
Carter keeps one of these spin moves. Ginobili inside, ducks away, and Carter gets the layup.
Well, Ginobili thought that it might have been a little bit of a charge, but that, I think Carter would tell you that might have been a little bit of a flop.
Manu attacks right back at him. Leonard finds the line.
Boy.
Off Anderson, and it will be Memphis ball.
Now keep an eye on Carter here. Now watch the spin move. He's going to spin right there. He loses the ball, but he takes it back up. Now by Ginobili stepping back, he was afraid that he was going to get hit right in the face with the elbow as Carter went up to the rim.
Carter 3 of 11, very active, 9.7 rebounds. Zach Randolph working on David West.
Right now, there isn't anyone out there. Duncan's not out there, or Aldridge at 6'11". He can take anyone else who picks him up.
Mobley draws a crowd and finds the space on the opposite end. Leonard is waiting for it in front of the rim.
He's given us a little bit of everything here, Mike. The 3-ball in the paint, mid-range jump shots going to the basket. That was just a great athletic move.
Bump in scoring, again, Defensive Player of the Year, the 2nd year in a row. Tremendous performance. Randolph sees Leonard waiting as he spun west. As a turnover.
Good deflection. Good deflection.
Anderson got fouled in one.
See, when you're going to foul, you have to make the foul that the guy can't get the ball up above his number.
What are the rules on playoff fouls?
That's right. Now you're going to see, you know you're going to foul the guy. Please foul him so that he can't get the ball up above his number so that it isn't going to be a 3-point play. It will force you to go to the foul line and take 2 foul shots.
Anderson misses his Heather.
A quick personnel update for you for the Spurs. Kevin Martin not available, out for the rest of the game due to illness. And Mike, the reason this is an issue, he's averaged 10 points per game in the first 2 games of the series. And Pop really wanted to use his depth tonight and rest players so they're fresh for Sunday's game, considering he's really treating these 2 games like a back-to-back.
Randolph on the finish. Heather, it's a good point. We talked to Kevin Martin before the game. Came over and said hi and chatted with him for a minute. But that's the reason Popovich doesn't go to a guy who he used for 29 minutes in the games in San Antonio. Spurs in a tough one here in this 3rd quarter.
Sage Steele bringing it home, brought to you by Quicken Loans. Cavs at the Pistons, 45 seconds left to play. Cavs up 5 off the inbounds. Look at this, 7/10 left on the shot clock, and Kyrie Irving with the huge three. He had 26 points. Cavs win 101-91, Mike, and they're up 3-0 in the series.
And Sage, they'll go for the clincher Sunday night. That game will be on TNT Sunday afternoon. We'll have a doubleheader on your ABC station right here for Game 4 at noon Central, 1 Eastern Time. Golden State Houston will follow that at 3:30 Eastern. Sage, Doug, and Jalen will get you going with NBA Countdown presented by Straight Talk Wireless at 12:30 Eastern Time. Of course, watch ESPN, the ESPN app. You can stream it live wherever you go on the weekend. Spurs by 1. LaMarcus Aldridge has 4 fouls. Kawhi Leonard, 19 points. Patty Mills is in to run the show for the Spurs. Diao across the lane for 2.
He's such a valuable piece in the puzzle. He can score. He can play a power forward, center, small forward position. But after the point guard, he is the next best assist man on this team. He does it year after year.
Stevenson and Carter both in together. This action for Randolph. Denied, gets it back. They call it jump ball. Randolph came down with it. It had to be something. So with 9 on the shot clock, it'll be a jump ball.
Just keep an eye. This is a strong move. The defender is inside of the circle area. And the fact that he's up here right now, and they're giving him that he came down, that he hit the floor.
Danny Green and Zach Randolph will jump it after the 9th block for the Spurs tonight. To 28 on the series. Short shot clock, remember. Barnes leans into Dion.
Barnes has done a great job.
Barnes is hurt. I believe West also took the worst of it for San Antonio. On the contact, David West. San Antonio got hit. And Barnes, he gets up. Both players grimacing.
Barnes right now, Mike, has just been outstanding. He's 4 for 10 from the floor. He's got 7 boards, and now he's going to be going to the foul line. He's just been all over the place. Defensively, scrapping, getting the loose balls, getting the 50-50s. Plus, throw it in, he's got 3 assists.
And he hit that right thumb on the deck as he went down. That's the one that he's gesturing with and trying to get the feeling back in a little bit. Again, this Memphis team, as we've talked about, no Gasol with the right foot fracture, no Conley with the left Achilles. Mario Chalmers, they had to release for roster space with the right Achilles. Brendan Wright, the right knee. And then today they find out no more Jarrell Martin for the rest of the season. Just a spate of injuries for this Grizzlies team. The free throw missed by Barnes, and it's a 1-point game. First time that the Grizzlies have missed a free throw here tonight. San Antonio brought Jonathan Simmons in for the first time. He's in the left corner as Leonard missed the 2 and rebounded by JaMychal Green of Memphis.
You got to keep pushing here now. You're winning the game in the paint by 8, and you're winning the game at second chance points by 11. That's why you're hanging in here.
Mismatch Barnes with Patty Mills. Green lobs it over the top.
Oh, pretty. And great recognition. Yes. Pretty pass and a great finish by Barnes.
Grizzlies again by 1. Shot clock at 5. David West basket down.
Oh, he lost control.
Lost the foul. Grizzlies back the other way. Michael Green backing down. Mill.
Wow. By keep pushing the fast break, and especially this unit out here right now for San Antonio, you're going to get mismatches. When you get that mismatch, attack the glass.
Interesting. Anderson and Simmons on the floor here in the third. Green comes over, and they'll score that a goaltend. And it'll be a 1-point Memphis lead.
Yeah, see, that's a young guy. He's got a lot of hop. He's had an excellent season. He's got tremendous physical strength going down inside. But you can't take chances. Now, it's a close game. You know, the ball is on his way down. You don't need anything sensational here right now. This is all about meat and potatoes.
Very spirited efforts from the Grizzlies. Not many believers in this team coming in. One of the biggest home underdogs in recent playoff history coming into tonight. They're giving San Antonio everything. Green. Beats the clock.
When he can score. He can score the basketball, and he's not timid. He knows he can score the mid-range game.
Final seconds. It is Mills on the handoff. No, he goes to the basket. Great fake to Leonard to close out this third quarter. Good job by Patty Mills, but Memphis by far their highest scoring quarter. They had 28. They're on their feet in the grindhouse. Off to the fourth, so we've got a game.
Welcome back to Memphis, where it's a one-point game with Dave Yeager. And, Coach, before the game, you said the third quarter was critical because that's where the Spurs have created separation in the first two games. How have you been able to go toe-to-toe with them in this quarter?
Yeah, we're fighting and scratching. Our effort level didn't come down, coming out of the locker room in the second half. And, it's loose balls. We're fighting, we're playing small. And, there's going to be some loose balls. There's a lot of 50-50 balls that we got to fly around and try to get. And if we get them, then we can hopefully run into some offense.
You're playing small, but plus 10 in the paint. How have you been able to win the battle inside?
Well, I think we're missing them, boys. We were 9 for 22 in the first half, so hopefully we can finish a couple more of those opportunities. We're giving them some indecision on where they should come off of Zach, and that's helping Zach.
Coach, thank you. Mike?
All right, Heather, thank you. Fourth quarter begins. Green knocks away from Leonard. This is Mumford. That's the other way. The lob for Green.
What a pass, but what a sensational catch. He was flying in that outside lane.
3-point lead. Anderson starts the fourth quarter. Kyle Anderson for San Antonio. With Westy out, Kawhi Leonard, who's now got 21 points to lead all scores. Patty Mills running the point for the Spurs, trying to take a 3-0 series lead. LaMarcus Aldridge, 4 fouls on the bench since the latter stages of the third. Lance Stevenson, Leonard again, block lying through. As last touch by the Spurs, it stays with Memphis.
Look to the left side here. This is just a great catch with a defender in between you. Watch the defender now. Go right up inside. Great catch in traffic with your back to the basket. Terrific execution. But look, the second chance points for Atlanta for Memphis right now are big. 14-1, a plus 13 in second chance opportunities.
Timeout taken here as Memphis couldn't get the ball in there. .36-year-old Matt Barnes giving it everything, trying to find enough in reserve for the fourth quarter. These old and young undermanned Grizzlies giving it everything here tonight, Nugent.
Well, you just like what you're seeing here. Just a great move by Barnes. Takes the contact, gives you the opportunity for a three. But how about Randolph? This is where they are whipping San Antonio. And you wouldn't think it when you say second chance points, 14-1. Offensive rebounds, 12. And then Barnes has been magnificent, not just with the 15 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Giving it to us everywhere.
He's 11 on the shot clock. Chris Anderson is in for Memphis. With Green and Barnes in the front court. This is Munford on the pick and roll. Green to the basket. Got up in the air and got fouled. But JaMychal Green continuing to be very athletic around the rim. Let's listen to Greg Popovich from that last timeout.
This game is not about a magic play. We're going to draw some magic play. This is good stuff. This is what we need. It's supposed to be like this. All right? Let's see who plays harder and smarter now.
He's right on it. He's right on there, and that's how you have to talk to them. You don't yell at this because they've been in so many of these games up and down. You've had a sensational season. You expected them to be a little down, but now they're getting outworked. And the fact that Memphis is shooting the ball so well, and then also Green and Stevenson off the bench with 8 points each, are 9 and 8, 17 points, and then more important, 8 for 10 from the field.
But Green just missed 2 free throws there. Can't do that in the fourth quarter of a tight game. Mills missed the 3. West keeps it alive And Kawhi Leonard sitting on 21 points, guarded by Lance Stevenson. Their movement shows up a bit. Mills shuffle the feet and calls for the travel.
See, they'll go to that quick weave, and then end up in a pick and roll, or a continue on a pick and roll, or a clear out. So you have to be careful once they start that quick weaving.
Each team, 2 points. They're the first 100 seconds of this fourth quarter. Memphis trying to make this a series. San Antonio trying to get the 3-0 lead and play for a closeout on Sunday afternoon. The cut by Green. He didn't catch it. And he lost it out of bounds. So a couple of mistakes by Green the last 2 trips.
Yeah, see, Green would have been better off just staying in the corner. But once Barnes made the play outside, Green was moving to the basket. So Barnes' pass really was supposed to go to the corner for a potential 3.
Popovich yelled at Boris Diaw after that last play. Anderson guarded by Stevenson. Leonard. Good hands by Mumford. That was out of the way. Last touch by Birdman. Stays at Spurs. Less than 2 on the shot clock.
One thing now, do not allow your man to catch a lob in front of the rim. There's only 1 second on the clock.
Watch Diaw coming back forward here on this. 1.9 on the clock. And Kyle Anderson to trigger. Leonard comes to work by midcourt. Diaw's going to have to turn. And hit it, Boris Diaw.
Nice ball. I'll tell you, that was great. He had to come out to get that.
Pop comes and yells at you. You got to figure it out, right? 8th lead change. Most competitive game of this year. Matt Barnes. Wide right on the 3.
Look out here, 4 on 3.
Anderson patiently got it up there to West, who pitched it to Leonard. Kawhi Leonard, 5 of 7 shooting threes here in Game 3 on the road.
One thing you have to watch out now, you got 9 minutes to go in the game. You can't let them get out to 10. Big thing, come on, you don't shoot the 3 with plenty of time on the clock, unless you got a wide open 3.
Continue to see Kawhi Leonard. It's his team to shine. Time to shine. His team to star on. Barnes off of these last 2 shots. Spurs, a couple of stops.
Look out here, look underneath, the man's open.
Diaw, with all the traffic clear, backs Green down. David West keeps the trip alive. It's Anderson guarding West. Leonard left. Barnes couldn't secure it. Wonder if that right thumb is giving him problems. His last couple of shots have been well off. Couldn't secure that one.
Good hustle, though, by Anderson and Barnes to retrieve that.
Stevenson. They have not been good shots. And on the run out, Anderson.
See, that's that guy that they leak out. If you force up a 3, there, you shot a 3 early. All of a sudden, the man playing the 3-man just takes off. They look for the lob pass.
And the frustration right
there. There goes the shot. Look where Anderson is. He's already over half court, and that's smart basketball.
ESPN's presentation of the NBA playoffs, brought to you by Ford. Go further. And Burger King, introducing new grilled dogs made with 100% beef and flame grilled. Available now at BK.
12 years ago tonight, Hubie Brown, Jerry West in the front office helped get this Memphis team to the playoffs. And my partner here is honored as the Coach of the Year, Greg Popovich. With a nice welcome, David Stern was there to present the award. That was Game 3 of the first-round series against the Spurs, who won the first 2 games in San Antonio. Duncan hit the big shot. Mike Miller just missing on this one. And San Antonio went on to win that series in 4. That was 12 years ago today when you were honored as Coach of the Year here. A 50-win season really gave this group a foundation to grow from.
Mike Heisley, the owner, sang the national anthem. He thought he was off an opera group, okay? And then they gave out the award. But you saw the San Antonio team. When I came out, went in front of the bench, the entire San Antonio team got in the line, came over, and shook my hand and almost cried.
It was really classic.
Yeah, that's Popovich, okay? And also, Duncan and Bart, they were right in front.
So
And it took your breath away. 22,500 in the old pyramid, Mike. You couldn't hear yourself think. And unfortunately, that last shot didn't go down.
It was a great time for this Grizzlies franchise to get in the playoffs and really create this excitement around them. Leonard comes across the lane and missed it. Green gets through, and Stevenson is hurt. Lance Stevenson got hurt back behind the play. It was 5-on-4 for the moment. Munford goes anyway and scores.
Oh, that was great. Have him run it out. If he can't run it out, you got to substitute for him. They're looking at to bring Farmer in right now. But you see, he's matched up with Anderson. Anderson's 6'9". So you have to be careful here about how you're going to match up if you bring Farmer for Stevenson. But it looks like he can't run.
Yeah, he's trying to stay with him, but he can barely move. Meantime, the clock is at 4. They didn't want to give a foul here in the fourth quarter to get him off the floor. Aldridge with 4 fouls is fouled by Zach Randolph, who now has 4.
That's so difficult when you get that, Mike. The clock is just ready to go off, okay, on a 24-second call.
Here's the foul.
Now, you don't leave your feet. You can't leave your feet.
Two free throws coming from LaMarcus Aldridge, who just checked back in. Spurs only 5 of 10 at the line tonight. Farmar will come in. For Munford, Stevenson's going to stay in. You see the turn of the ankle as Kawhi Leonard was falling down. He turned the right ankle. And Farmar at the scorer's table, we thought he'd get Stevenson, but Lance is going to try to play through it.
The next 2 to 3 minutes are critical here right now for Memphis, mainly because they're out to 6, and your last couple of shot opportunities have not been, how should I say, outside of the drive by Munford, they have not been quality shots.
Well, the run from San Antonio, they've outscored the Grizzlies by 7 for this quarter. And JaMychal Green with a flying finish. This undrafted second-year player out of Alabama has had a good impact.
Who is this guy? I mean, this guy, he's 5'5". He's got double figures. He's all over the place.
Duncan pitched it to Ginobili. The big 3 back on the floor, or rather, Holters, I should say, and it's knocked out of bounds off of Memphis.
Good deflection, though. Good deflection on the double team from the top. That got the free ball. Unfortunately, they didn't get the call.
Aldridge, Parker, Ginobili, Green, and Diaw playing for San Antonio here with 6:22 to go. Ginobili leaning in and able to draw the contact. Second foul on the Grizzlies here in the quarter. Allen will pick it up.
See, when you follow over the top, you're trying to take away the three-point shot or the mid-range jump shot. And that's what Allen was doing. But unfortunately, one of the best at clearing himself once he comes around the screen is this guy, Ginobili.
We had a great visit with Manu Ginobili this morning, and he talked about the comfort level that he, Parker, and Duncan have with the reality of their age, their experience, and the leadership of this team now belonging to LaMarcus Aldridge and Kawhi Leonard on the floor. As Ginobili honestly said, we can't be the main guys on this team anymore. It has to be them, and we're happy to play this role that we're playing at this point.
And then the key, they are the 2 go-to guys at the end of the game.
Shot clock is at 5, and Parker able to take away that pass from Green, who was in an indecisive spot. Parker on the drive inside, and Diaw is free. Randolph on the board.
You got to regroup here. You got to regroup and run something that will get you a high percentage shot.
San
Antonio ratcheting up the defense. Ginobili reaching in. Manu's going to be called for the foul.
Well, anytime Ginobili is guarding you, he will always try for the steal. Even if you get a half a step behind him, he'll reach behind. He's always looking for the deflection to get the ball loose into the open court. Just keep an eye. Now you're going to see the reach right there. Now that was an excellent move with the forearm by Allen, or it could have been a clean deflection.
Right. Nice hand for Jermichael Green, who sits down with 10 points. He had 4 of the 6 points the Grizzlies have scored in this fourth quarter.
They need a basket big time.
Kawhi Leonard back in for the Spurs. Clock at 5. Randolph sees 3 black shirts. Patiently waits and scores.
Sheer strength. Sheer strength. He saw the 3 guys. There were 3 guys who hemmed him. 2 guys rotated to him, plus his man Aldridge, and he was smart. He gave them time to go over the top.
Randolph a board shy of a 20-10 game. And a 5:08 to go. Ginobili loops it out for Parker. Late clock Tony with the Aldridge screen. Parker snakes. Leonard a 3. No. Carter.
All right, the rebound. Oh, look up now.
1-point game, under 5 to go. Barnes posting Parker. Draws a double. Is anybody free? Yep. In the corner, it's Tony Allen. No on the 3. Randolph, the discard. Back by Barnes.
That was just terrific. Excellent hustle. First by Randolph, and then by Barnes with the final tip-in.
Parker. Grizzlies can tie or take.
Mike, in the last 2 to 3 minutes here now, only 1 shot. They're doing a great job taking care of the defensive board.
Barnes wants it. Got Parker guarding it. The foul on Parker on the outside.
Now, this is just sheer hustle. Once again, great kitchen cross. Misses the shot. Now watch the hustle. Oh, boy, it could have called that. He just threw the man out of bounds. So that kind of helps you a little bit going to the rebound.
Gives you a chance. The foul on Parker. Spurs have 3 team fouls.
And by the way, the referee was 3 feet away and naturally didn't see it.
Spurs 3 team fouls. Grizzlies 2. Farmar dishing inside. Allen, no. Allen fighting for it. Leonard not getting it away from those big man.
Now, that was a good pass. And unfortunately, Tony Allen was in the bad angle.
Popovich wanted the foul on Allen, who was grabbing Leonard's left arm as he came up the floor.
Right, there's going to be a lot of grabbing.
House in the end. Right. Ginobili working a 2-man game with Aldridge, and we have a defensive 3 seconds called on Tony Allen.
That's the first one, isn't it? Okay? When you're coaching, that's like a dagger. A dagger, mainly because it's a free chance for a point, and they still have the ball.
And 14 on the clock, and Leonard comes to the line. 87% shooter, led the team. He's 341. We've seen it all season long with Kawhi Leonard's ability to take the big shots, the big moments. There's a shot that needs to be taken late. His number is the one that gets called.
Mike, the fact that he improved his three-point shooting by 9 percentage points, that was big. But then he improved his foul shooting from 80 to 87. And he was around 88, 89 most of the season.
As always, Chip Engelman, an outstanding shooting coach. He and Chad Forcier get so much credit, deservedly so. All the work they put in with the developing Spurs, day in, day out. Green at the line. Got them all! Huge 3 for Green. And the Spurs lead by 6 with 3.5 to go.
He's been quiet all night long. And how about running that baseline at full strength, catching it, going away from the line, and still knocking it down.
11-3 of the night for San Antonio puts an offensively challenged team in a huge hole. And a turnover by Farmar. Here comes Leonard, head of steam. Barnes wraps him up and stops him. Kawhi coming to the line.
Now we're going to show you Green going from the left side of the floor. Watch now from the left side. When that ball is rotated, here he comes around the first screen. Then the catch, no bounce from that angle. I'm telling you, that's difficult. That's on the curve of the three-point line circle. Tough shot.
Yeah, 3 threes made by Green, Huey, a player who did not shoot the three as well as he had in the past. Is 33% this year. One more coming for Leonard as soon as we're done. Sports Center at night with Scott Van Pelt. Complete recap of the 3 NBA playoff games and a wild triple play in baseball. Huge free agent signing in the NFL. UFC 197s tomorrow night in Vegas. SVP's got you covered coast to coast. Great hockey playoffs as well. Washington unable to close their series out. Don't know if Scotty can do anything. He'll do it on an hour on SportsCenter coming up after the game. Allen couldn't make the clean catch but gets fouled as we get under 3 minutes and have a timeout.
As soon as Barnes was there, beat his man off the dribble. The rotator came. Allen was wide open. It had to be a catch and a dunk.
They are the go-to guys, the guys we rely on when we need a shot, the guys we know they had to be rolling to have a shot at win the championship. And we understand that, and we are fine with that, and we are glad that it's happening. Because if we were still the guys, carrying the load, we were not going to be going that far.
I love the honesty from Manu Ginobili at 41 of the 89, going to Leonard and Aldridge, the two top scorers on this Spurs team. Hubie, it's really nice to say it, but we've often said the dismount from the top is never graceful when you are among the best. And this was their team. But as Ginobili elaborated with us this morning, this is the only way we know how to do it. It's the reason the culture is here, Popovich for all these years, and they watched David Robinson hand it to Duncan. So they're happy to be part of the handoff to Leonard and Aldridge. And here we are on the road, Game 3. And those two future Hall of Fame guys, they're on the bench, and everybody's cool with it. Nobody's going to be complaining after the game about who was in, who wasn't in.
Well, they're all about winning. They're all about winning. And they're all about chemistry and defense first before anything else. And you better cover and cover for your man. Because what we saw down there was a perfect example. Barnes blows by his man. All right. Allen's man leaves him, traps. You're wide open, but you don't score. Now, the big thing in this game has been 11 threes made by San Antonio. 5 by Leonard, 3 by Green, 3 by Ginobili, and then 10 shot blocks. 10 times you shot and had a block in this game.
Grizzlies 1 of 5 at the line in this fourth quarter. Not helping their cause. 8 stops with 2:45 to go. Leonard sitting on 27 points, guarded by another tough defender in Allen. Tough shot. Oh, made it. Man, that was good.
That's It's his 10th point in this quarter, along with a couple of rebounds, 2 steals and a block. I think he's taking care of all of the statistics.
Yep. The number is 9. 2:20 to go. It's a Grizzlies team that is not a good outside shooting team. Only 3 threes in the game. Carter never got any lift. Easily blocked by the Spurs. They're back the other way with 2:10 to go.
Just think about it now. That's 11 shots in the game that were blocked. And when you look at it, you've only say you take 80 shots and they block 11. That's amazing. That's an amazing stat.
And it's 30 in the 3 games this series. Ginobili. He's down by Farmar. Inside at 2. Barnes is calling for it for a 3 on the side, but Ginobili with the foul committed by the Spurs. That should bring Vince to the line.
Now, if you can make the 2 foul shots, you'd still be down only 7. You have 1 minute and 47 seconds to go. Now, we know that this first group that's out there right now for Memphis has played as hard as you could play. But you could see the fatigue take over with about 6 minutes to go, Mike. And then San Antonio won the next 3 minutes plus.
But we talked about the bench and the depth that they have, 1 through 15 on that Spurs side. And, able to find the right mixes. Memphis has gone small tonight. Carter makes the 2 free throws. 7 with 1:47 to go.
Big thing now is good defense. You got to put down the fouls.
Diao to Aldridge. Deep catch on Barnes. And he'll come to the free throw line as Barnes commits his 5th personal foul. We talk about, it's great to have a bag with a whole bunch of clubs. You can go pull the right one for the right shot. Look at those playoff games. Matt Bonner's not even active tonight. Those 3 guys have played more than a season. Ginobili 2+ full regular seasons of playoff games.
Well, when you think about it, they picked up West over the season in Aldridge, okay. But then, during the season, they pick up Andre Miller just in case they get a point guard injury to Parker or Mills.
Yep.
Right? Then they picked up Ted Martin, a guy who has scored over 20 points a number of seasons. So just in case one of their wing guys gets injured. And it's just great management and the courage to move people and understand chemistry when you bring guys to the team.
Big 3 by Farmar. Makes it a 6-point game with 1:31 to go. Memphis extends their defense here.
Well, you don't need enough fouls. Now, the fouls, but I know they stop the clock. But the key is you still can stop them if you hold them to 1 shot and no score. Just don't put them on the line.
Aldridge going to work. Backs down Barnes. Ball rotates to the star, Kawhi Leonard. With a good night kiss off the window for 3.
I thought that might have bounced over the backboard, okay? You talk about a lucky bounce.
32 for Leonard, who has equaled his playoff high here in Game 3 on the road. Farmar missed it, rebound Aldridge, final minute, and the Spurs are in business.
Once again, that mid-range and the 3-ball are just breaking the heart of Memphis here tonight.
The Memphis fans giving their team a hand for their effort. Green misses the 3. 35 seconds left. And Vince Carter will bring it to the front court. Barnes, no space. The defensive player of the year, Leonard, does it again. The shot clock is off. Danny Green backs it out. San Antonio will be on the score in 37 hours with a chance for the sweep.
They had to work to earn this one, Mike.
26-15, they outscore the Grizzlies in the 4th, and Game 3 goes to the Spurs. And San Antonio will be the first with a chance to make it to the 2nd round. Game 4, Sunday, 1 Eastern, noon Memphis time on your ABC station. Kawhi Leonard at 32, Aldridge 16 and 10, the double-double. Part of the victory for the Spurs tonight. With Heather Cox and Hall of Famer Hugh Brown, Mike Tirico, Marty Aronoff on stats, Ed Fibershop, Ken Dennis, our great team in the truck. We say so long from Memphis And we send you to Sports Center and SVP.
A couple of 3-0 series leads. We'll talk to Mark Jackson about Cleveland, who's up 3-0. Mike Tirico cannot leave because we'll go right back to him to talk a little bit about the Spurs. And an unusual night on the diamond, some plays you don't see very often, and one play we have never seen before. We'll show you all that when we're right back after this.